Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Modern science says that all that exists, whether manifest or unmanifest, is a probability. Infinite probabilities create a quantum field of infinite potential. An observer collapses the probability wave into a particle. Your intention thus creates the reality.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment.
सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिमध्यमां नित्यानन्दपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनितिललितकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः ददानो दुष्टारं शिरसि फणिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषां अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते आचम्य ओमात्मतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा विद्यातत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा शिवतत्त्वं शोधयामि स्वधा ओमामृदयाय नमः ॐ हां हों शिवाय 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 नमः। नमोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये सुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे शुक्लपक्षे द्वादश्यां शुभतिथौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्रशु शुभयोग शुभकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चुदुर श्रेयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह कालादि समस्त बेरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलव केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन साख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्रद श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशतम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ गत्र श्री कैलास 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 परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समभूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपाकटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर विजयारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योगित शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। ओम अभोवस्पृश्य
We'll start with our first asana, Sukhasana. Sit straight in a comfortable position. In a cross-legged position, keep your head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands on the knees, with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. We'll be breathing in Samana Pranayama. Breathe in through the nose, hold the breath for a short duration, exhale. Again, hold the breath for a short duration, inhale. Concentrate on building a fire in the navel region and visualize the fire going upwards the spine. We'll engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of 3 bandhas. Engage the perineum muscles between the base of your spine and the regenerative organ. Pull your stomach in and up and tuck your chin to the chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva. Internally keep chanting Soham.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तम् अशस्तस्तसमाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Parvatasana. Continue to sit in a cross-legged position. Keep your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and inhale, arms straight up. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra with visualize Mount Kailasa.
अदवक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा सिद्धिरूपस्य षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Halipavasana. Keep your legs in front, soles together. Exhale and bring your forehead to the heels. Lock your hands behind in Parshu Mudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्वविधियाहुं मे जानूपै पगतिली सम्पुटितानो पिष्टपचेदो कर्यावो उशनकौरवामको गाहो.
Nagi Pavasana. Keep your soles together. Bring your elbows on the legs and cup palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize snakes.
पूर्वविधिपरिगाङ्गानि च होयि कल्हूनिपनास्योयि लगावे.
Kokilasana. Hold your big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. As you inhale, straighten your legs, avoid bending the knees. As you exhale, enter into Padmasana. Bring your elbows down, eyes forward and down. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize bird.
अथान्यथासनं वक्ष्यसि यन्न सिद्धमन् भवेन्नरः अकस्माद्वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Neti-asana. Stack your ankle and knees. Hold the elbows and circle in both directions. Gaze at the nose. Continue Samana Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
घोडाबां वा पाडकी आसीमा हिली सोये दशिशरणको वारले ठाक परिकल्पसमोय.
Gajasana. Bring your hands and feet on the floor. Keep your hips up in an inverted V position and scoop your nose to the ground repeatedly. Continue Samana Pranama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize elephant.
निभ्यं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा नम्बीभूय नस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमनीय नासिकाभ्यां भूमौ नासिकामानय्य.
Rikshasana. Stop the motion and alternate heels to the ground. Continue Samana Pranayama. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up. Visualize bear.
एकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् रक्षासनं भवति.
Vaishyasana. Stand tall, lift the heels up, balance yourself on the big toes, index, middle and ring finger on the heart in Hidaya Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama, pull your stomach in and up, visualize Swamiji.
केशेन पादयुगलं दत्त्वा तिष्ठेत अधोमुखः अथ वैश्ये वक्ष्ये कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Urdhva Janukarna. Sit in a half squatting position, heels together, toes blading outwards, knees wide in Aramandi. Keep both the palms to the chest level. Lift the right knee towards the chest in a circular motion simultaneously. Right hand will follow the foot movement. Return to Aramandi and repeat on the other side. Balalinga Asana. Starting with the right knee, bring your right knee close to the chest and interlace your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra, bringing your knee close to the chest. Continue Samana Pranama, engage all 3 bandhas. Mahamudra Bandha, visualize holding a child.
एकं जनुसारलिङ्ग्या स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidana Asana. Hold the right heel on the hip region, holding the right foot behind the hip with hands interlaced in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha, visualize Swamiji.
तिस्त्वेकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्यं शुंश्रे सप्ताप्ते यत्येन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Natrajasana. Bring your right hand, push your right foot backwards and catch it with the right hand from the inside of the foot. Extend the left hand forward with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage perineum muscles in Mula Bandha. Visualize Natraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Balalinga Asana. This time bring your left knee close to the chest and interlace your fingers in outside in direction in Sarva Shankari Mudra. Bring your knee close to the chest. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize holding a child.
एकं जानुर्स्यालिङ्गस्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Padapidanasana. Bring your left heel close to the hip region and hold the left foot behind your hip region with the hands interlaced in Parshu Mudra. Keep your knees together. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
तद्वेकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यामेष्टयत्नं श्रुते संस्थापयत् येन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Natrajasana. Push your left leg behind and catch it with your left hand from the inside of the foot. Extend the right hand forward with the index finger and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Nataraja.
उत्तानं पादम् आकृण्य मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं प्रसन् त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Ardharechita Karna. Stand in Araimandi. Cross the ankles. Bring the right foot behind. Keep the heel raised. Left hand will be on the chest and the right hand will be making a pendulum movement. The fingers will be moving inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Then the right palm is placed on the nose. Uncross the ankles. Bring the heels together. Right hand making a circular motion. Fingertips pointing to the floor. Skeleton dance. Close your eyes and visualize yourself as if you are made of bones. No flesh, no blood, no internal organs. Visualize yourself as if you are made of only bones and shake your body intensely. Completely chaotically, randomly, without following any specific movement. Shake your body intensely and continuously maintain the visualization that you are made of bones. Please walk back and forth on your yoga mat. Recollect your breath. Next is Karti China Karna. Stand in Araimandi and wrists are crossed above the head with the fingers stretched out. Turn to the right while you open your arms, and then as you come to the center, cross your wrist over the head and continue the motion, repeating to the left side. Tadasana. Stand tall. Raise your arms up, palms are facing one another. Continue Samana Pranama, pull your stomach in and up, Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize palm tree, internally keep chanting Shivoham.
महामुद्राबद्धकौनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् दुन्दर्वतीपतिप्रिया.
Uttanasana. As you exhale, bring your arms down, hands by the feet and head close to the knees. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Samana Pranama, Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
महामुद्राबद्धकौनो ताडासनविभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् दुन्दर्वतीपतिप्रिया.
Tarakshvasana. From a plank position, tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Rotate your head from side to side. Continue Samana Pranama. Visualize Swamiji.
गजासनं वशित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नेत्रक्श्वासनं भवति.
Bhujangasana. Fall flat on the floor. Raise your chest and head up using your lower back muscles. Open your mouth wide and inhale through the back of the throat in Bhujangani Mudra. Continue Samana Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Cobra.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तं नभो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यञ्चितरान् धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षपनीवहि.
Shashasana. Bring your knee close to your chest and alternate your knee to the chest from a Gajasana-like position. Continue breathing through the nose in a simple, natural way in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कंसासनसंस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शिशासनं भवति.
Rathasana. Step one foot between the hands. Alternate jumping your feet between the hands. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Chariot.
गजासनं संस्थितो एके पादं पादमार्गेण भ्रामरित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Stand tall. Separate your legs apart. Virabhadrasana. Bend the front knee, right knee at a 90-degree angle. Keep the left leg behind at a 45-degree angle from the ground. Avoid bending the left knee. Keep your arms overhead, chest facing forward. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe through the nose in a simple, natural way. Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize God Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वगुक्तमेव च अष्टावक्रतमोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
We'll repeat Virabhadra Asana. This time bring the left leg front, bending it at a 90-degree angle. The back forward, gaze at the third eye. Breathe in Sahaja Pranama, pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize God Virabhadra.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वगुक्तमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Vrikshasana. Starting with the right foot. Place the right foot on the left leg inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and raise them above the head. Breathe in Sahaja Pranama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं बुधुः.
Garudasana. Bring your right foot in front of the hip with the right foot sole facing upwards. Palms are together in Namaskara Mudra in front of the heart. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Garuda Eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् तो सर्वदोषविनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Vrikshasana. Bring your left foot on the right leg inner thigh. Bring your palms together in Namaskara Mudra and raise them above the head. Continue Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize tree.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Garudasana. Bring your left foot in front of your hip with the sole facing upwards. Keep your palms together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Continue Sahaja Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Garuda, eagle.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येनं ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषविनिर्मुक्तो भवति महाबली.
Trikonasana. Step your legs apart. Bring your right hand close to the right foot. Extend the left hand up in the air as you tilt your head and gaze at the left hand in the air. Avoid bending the knees. Continue Sahaja Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चिञ्च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
We'll repeat Trikonasana. This time, bring the left hand close to the left foot and the right hand will be up in the air as you tilt your head to gaze at the right hand in the air. Continue Sahaja Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चिञ्च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Nikutaka Karna. Stand in Araimandi. Heels together, toes blading outwards in a half squatting position. Bring your hands horizontal with the palms facing each other. Alternatively, thrash the heel to the floor and simultaneously switch the palm position. From here onwards, the pranayama, breathing technique, will be Brahmari, buzzing subtly like a bee, both while inhaling and exhaling. The internal chanting japa mantra will be Sadashivoham. Starting with Angushthasana. Sit, keep your toes on the ground and sit on the heels. Palms are together in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Breathe, buzzing subtly like a bee in Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः घोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Sarasana. Stretch your right leg with the toes pointing upwards. Fingertips on the floor, palms open, facing forward in Varamudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थापित्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the front toes with the index and middle fingers. Avoid bending the right foot, right leg, knees. Hold the back heel with the left hand. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कुल्पस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्थिते तत्करेण.
Repeating Sarasana on the other side. This time stretch the left leg forward with the toes pointing upwards. Fingertips to the floor. Palms open facing forward in Varamudra. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्यत्वेकपादकं.
Vidunasana. In the same position, hold the front toes with the index and middle finger. And hold the back heel with the other hand. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्फं चार्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीतं शावयेत् शोभयत्र.
Brahma Jurunkosa Asana. Bring the feet together, knees together and sit on the heels, palms facing upwards on the knees. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest. Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो फनाम फानी हाय वैसे एडी दो गुड़ा निवैसे कोया भगतली माहिली आसिया माहिरा सेवली.
Kapila Asana. Place your knees on the ground, separating them wide apart. Hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Sage Kapila.
उभय भगतली समत हरावे तिना को मारली कोर मिलावे फना फानी ओ खड़े होई वैसे एडी दो जोनी वैसे.
Vajra Gorakhasana. In the same posture, gaze at the third eye. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
तो भगतली संपुटकारे कोरवारली भूपर धारे कोरवारली राके आयसे तापरी मूलद्वारी की बेसे.
Suryasana. Keep your toes on the ground and sit on the heels. Knees are up and separated wide apart. Bring your hands together and spread your fingers wide, forming a lotus. This is Padma Mudra. Extend your hand upwards and gaze through the palms. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Surya, Sun God.
एडी दो गुड़ा थरियाने फना फाने भाई के ध्वनिताने गोड़ जाम घा धरे कर रहे आडा वामा इसी विधि है.
Mandukasana. Lower your arms and knees. Relax your toes. Sit between the heels. Toes will be touching. Palms are resting on the knees. Now perform Manduki Mudra. Press the tongue against the upper part of your mouth. Continue breathing in Sahaja Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize frog.
पादतलो स्पृष्ट देशे अंगुष्ठे त्वेक संस्कृते जानु युगं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेत् मंडुकासनम्.
Uttana Mandukasana. Bring your hands on the opposite shoulder. Press your tongue against the upper part of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Breathe through the nose in a normal, simple way. Sahaja Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize frog.
मंडुकासनमध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद् भेतमुदुत्थानम् एतभुत्थानमण्डकम्.
Simhasana. Cross your right ankle over the left, place the right heel underneath the perineum. Hands will be on the respective knees. Breathe through the nose in a simple, natural way. Exhale, sticking your tongue out. Gaze at the nose. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize lion.
दक्षिणं सर्वगुल्फेन दक्षिणं तेन दत्तरं दस्ते च जानुहस्तं स्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीशप्रसार्य च.
Bhadrasana. Keep your soles together and sit on the heels. Knees are separated wide apart. Cross your hands behind the back, holding the opposite toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
गुल्पो च वृषणस्यादः वृत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यं च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशे च.
Kakabusandi Asana. Sit in a squatting position. Separate the knees wide apart. Wrap your arms around the knees to lock your fingers behind in Parshamudra. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize crow.
प्रथमे वैशक उखाथाने दौहात्यपगाम्या च आने तिना कोमोडिन्यालयं परिलावे पृष्ठपचेकां कासि करावे.
Kanipavasana. Keep your palms on the floor, shoulder width apart. Lift your hips up, bringing the knees above the elbows. Slightly lift your head and balance yourself on the hands. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
आसन कौगुण आसी दुषिता होई तो आची होई.
Kapilasana. Bring your head to the ground, forming a tripod with your head and two hands. Knees on the elbows and stretch the legs up. Gaze at the nose. Continue Brahmari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी भगादो मिलावे उछेकु करे भगतली आकाश दिशि समुरसरावे दौ हाथ की हेतैली दौ.
Now from here onwards, the pranayama will be Rechika. Inhale, hold the breath as long as you can hold comfortably, and then exhale in a slow, controlled way. Parshvamayurasana. Keep the palms on the ground, shoulder width apart, knees to the right side of the body. Press elbows to the knee and hip region and lean forward. Lift the toes up and stretch the legs to the right side. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika pranayama. Slow, control, exhale. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यात्मा मयूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान्मा आयुरं पार्श्वाभ्याम् आयुरं पार्श्वनामकम्.
Switch sides, repeating Mayurasana, Parshvamayurasana with the knees to the left side of the body. Press the elbows to the knee and hip region, lean forward, toes are up, and stretch the legs to the left side. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यामा मयूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान्मा आयुरं पार्श्वाभ्याम् आयुरं पार्श्वनामकम्.
Bharaganathasana. From a plank position, bring the right leg over the shoulder with the right foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Lord Bharaganath. Avoid bending the left knee.
आसन कौगुण पीठी जाई.
Now from again entering into plank position, switch sides. This time bringing the left leg over the shoulders and left foot between the hands. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize Lord Bharaganath in Bharaganathasana.
आसन कौगुण पीठी जाई.
Unmukha Pithasana. Press your forearms down and lift the hips up high. Tips of the toes supporting the foot. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पुण्यस्यो जानुनी हस्तो चतुष्पदलवान्मुखम् उत्थानपीठाङ्घ्रियुगलं खतिस्थलमनभीरुका.
Vasishthasana. Keep your right hand underneath the shoulders and keep the hips raised. Stack your legs on top of each other and raise the left hand up in the air as you gaze through the left hand in the air. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवाशिष्ठा मरीचिहलमस्तिकं परिवित्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Vasishthasana. Plant your left hand underneath the shoulders. Keep the hips raised and stack the legs on top of each other. Lift the right hand straight up and gaze to the right palm in the air. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Vashishtha.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवाशिष्ठा मरीचिहलमस्तिकं परिवित्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Anjani Asana. Stretch your legs. Keep the toes pointed. Head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit on upturned palms. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Slow control exhale. Engage Mula Bandha. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize God Hanuman. Internally keep chanting Mahasadashivoham.
दौ करकी उभय हथेली गौरवाली माले भेली सोआम गाय भूपरिदासे सोहामने अंगुली मिलिरासे.
Paschimatasana. Bend forward. Keep the spine straight. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
जानुपुरिललाटं चु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Ugrasana. Interlace your fingers behind the head and bring your chest forward and head towards the knees. Continue Rechika Pranama Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Mother Goddess Kali.
सपानिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुभरि शिरोऽन्यनेत् आसमोऽग्निमिदं प्रोक्तं द्वैततिलदीपनम्
Marichiyasana. Bring your right knee towards the chest. Wrap your arms around the raised knee and hold the hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Marichi.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Mahamudrasana. Lower the right knee to the floor. Bring your chest forward and hold the big toes. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दावां फकी एडि जोई सीवनानि लगावे सोई दशनपाद लभौ तुझ सारे ताम आनी काम कसी धारे
Marichiyasana. Bring the left knee to the chest. Wrap your arms around the left raised knee and hold the hand behind the back. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Marichi.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Mahamudrasana. Lower the left knee to the floor. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold the toes. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दां वां फगा एडि जोई सैवनानि प्रगावे सोई दशनपाद लभौ प्रसारे आमानि काम कसी धारे
Bhadrasana. Keep your soles together, heels at the perineum, hands holding the feet by their sides, gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
कुल्पो सुविशनस्याधः शिवन्यः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्
Gwalipavasana. Keep your toes together, separate the heels apart, hands on the knees, gaze at the nose. Breathe through the nose in a simple natural way, Sahaja Pranayama. Now inhale completely, hold the breath and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर चरपट चौक होई सोई वाही विधि जो कीजी सोई
Yoni Asana. Hold the soles of your feet with all your fingers and lean your whole body forward, gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Yoni Mandala.
तो भगतिली संपुट करे एडमीर कोटिकी धरे
Midaki Pavasana. Keep your heels together, separate the toes apart, bring your forehead on the ground near the heels, arms are to the side, over the knees, palms on the floor. Gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
पूर्व विधि परि भगतली संपुट सोल एडी मिली रासे
Siddha Samadhi Asana. Arms between the thighs and shin, palms facing upwards, nose to the ground. Toes will be touching the throat, gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva.
तो भगतली संपुट करे सोले मेद अंग में धरे
Chinnaki Pavasana. Bring your heels together, separate the toes apart, soles facing towards the sky. Elbows on the knees, gaze at the nose. Continue Rechika Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो पगी की एडी धरती मिगावा मेद लगावे
Charpat Chokasana. Sit up straight, soles are together, hands on the knees, pressing them down, gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranama. Pull your stomach in and up. Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
दो भगतली संपुट दारे आमगाए कारे जारे स्वसारे
Bhairavasana. Lift your heels off the ground with the toes pointing downwards. Knees are wide on the ground with their hands by their sides. Index and thumb together in Bindu Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Continue Rechika Pranama. Visualize Lord Kala Bhairava.
गुल्पो संपीड्य चान्योन्यं वृक्कमेमोत्थितं स्तनैः जान्वो पार्श्वगतौ शस्तो दण्डवत् भैरवासनम्
Samanasana. Bring the right foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात् एकपादमरो धत्वा कृपोर्यलिङ्गवत् करे
Apanasana. Bring the right knee over the chest. Hands on the floor. Extend the left leg in the air. Avoid bending the knees. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Rechika Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
केवलं पादमाकञ्च खङ्गे चारोप्य यत्नतः
Samanasana. Bring the left foot close to the chest. Gaze at the third eye. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji. Now from here onwards, the pranayama will be Sitkari Pranayama. Press your tongue to the root of the front teeth. Inhale a hissing breath through the teeth. Exhale through the nose. The internal japa will be Om Nithyanandoham. Gomukhasana. Stack your knees, keeping your left knee below, right knee on the top, heels by the hips, both sitting bones on the mat, fingers interlaced in Parshumudra, resting on the knees. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow's face.
सव्ये दक्षिणकुल्पं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्
Anusuyasana. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
Rajanagoranichatane Vamum Thaka Upari Ane.
Anusuyasana 2. Hold the hand behind the back in Parshumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
Jimana Godiki Samdi Uparadava Godiki Samdi Milairase.
Garudasana. Bring your right knee close to the chest, hands on the respective knee, spine is straight, gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles, Mula Bandha. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Visualize Garuda Eagle.
Davo Pagamodi Edimalium Ulpam Muladwari Chede.
Nardasana. Interlace fingers behind your neck and bring your elbows together, placing them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
Pishtiju Vama Pagatali Keri Bhuparitaha Lagave Peri.
Matsyapitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arms around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Vame Navamangushtantu Gushitam Matsipitakam.
We'll be repeating Gomukhasana on the other side. Stack your knees, keep the right knee below, left knee on top. Heels by the hip region, both sitting bones resting on the mat, fingers interlaced and resting on the knees in Parshumudra. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize cow space.
Dakshine Epidetha Savyam Gomukam Yatha.
Anusuyasana. Hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Udyana Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
Goda Samdi Milave Bhaviri Apa Pada Puni Desamdi Pasare.
Anusuyasana 2. Hold the hands behind the back in Parshumudra. As you exhale, bring your chest down, chin over the knees, nose close to the ground. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rishika Anusuya.
Kodyasu Yoga Bhagatalya Lau Adave Shudharase.
Garudasana. Bring your left knee to the chest, hands on respective knees, spine is straight, gaze at the nose. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Garuda Eagle.
Vaise Ji Mani Bhagatali Dhariti Teki Goda Umcho Ubhaurase.
Nardasana. Interlace the fingers behind your neck, bringing your elbows together and place them outside the raised knee. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Sage Narada.
Goda Shido Pano Joi Dacha Pashati Rase Soi.
Matsyapitakasana. Bring your lower foot and place it on the thigh of the raised knee. Wrap your arm around the legs, holding the opposite shin. Extend the hand down, holding the big toe in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya, fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
Yomi Vamena Sampidya Medradu Virekshinam.
Matsyendra Asana. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh, put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsyendranath.
Udaram Pachima Bhasam Kritva Tishtedi Yatnataha Namrangam Vadapadam Hi Dakshijanu Parnyaset.
Kubasana. Release the hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize camel.
Asana Gogana Cholo Jaye.
Matsyendra Asana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand on the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranayama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsyendranath.
Matsyendravidam Jarra Praditam Prasandarugmandala Kandalastram Abhyasase Kundali Prayodam Dandastiratam Hidadadi Punsam.
We'll be repeating Matsyendra Asana on the other side. Keeping one foot on the opposite thigh. Put the elbow onto the thigh of the opposite raised knee and its palm holding the face. Twist outside the raised knee, keeping the other hand on the floor behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsyendranath.
Udaram Pachima Bhasam Kritva Tishtedi Yatnataha Namrangam Vadapadam Hi Dakshijanu Parnyaset.
Kubasana. Release the front hand from the face, reaching for the toes. Raise the back hand, bringing the thumb to the ear. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize camel.
Asana Kogana Cholo Jaye.
Matsyendra Asana 2. Bring your front hand to hold the front shin. Release the back hand on the ground behind you. Twist to look behind. Gaze at the third eye. Continue Sitkari Pranama. Engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Matsya.
Matsyendravidam Jarra Pradiptam Prasandarugmandala Kandalastram Abhyasase Kundalini Pradodam Dandastiratam Hidadadi Punsam.
Padmasana. Bring your feet onto the opposite thigh. Hands on the respective knees. Gaze at the nose. Continue Sitili Pranayama. Press the tongue against the back of the teeth. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose. Engage all three bandhas in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva. Internally keep chanting Om Nithyananda Paramashivam.
आसनं द्विदिदं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा
Padmasana 2. Remaining in Padmasana, hold the opposite toes in Prana Mudra with the index and middle finger. Continue Sithili Pranayama. Inhale through the mouth, exhale through the nose. Gaze at the nose. Engage perineum muscles. Mula Bandha. Visualize Mother Goddess Lakshmi.
तथानुचरणौ कृत्वा उरुसंस्थो प्रयत्नतः
Kukutasana. Remaining in Padmasana, insert arms through the legs. Balance yourself on your hands. Gaze at the third eye. Continue breathing through the nose in a simple, natural way. In Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Rooster.
पद्मासनं स्तु संस्थाप्य नानोर्वोर्नन्तरे करो
Badakeki Asana. Remaining in Padmasana, rise onto your knees. Palms are on the floor with the fingers facing you, elbows on the abdomen. Lean the body onto your elbows. Lift the knees and head up. Gaze at the third eye. Breathe through the nose in a simple, natural way. Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Swamiji.
मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बदकेतीति खाद्यते
Mayurasana. From Badakeki Asana, engage Mula Bandha. Visualize Locust.
अध्यासशेषे कुरयुग्मवक्षो भूमिव सभ्यकराभ्यतलाभ्याम्
Ustrasana. Hold on to your feet with your hands and press your heels to the hip region while contracting your abs and mouth. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Camel.
अध्यासशेषे पदयुग्मवस्यं पृष्ठे निधाय धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्जसम्भुघ्रदास्य गादा मूत्रं च पीतं योगिनो वदन्ति
Dhanurasana. With your hands, hold on to the respective feet. Raise your chest and thighs, bending your body like a bow as you balance yourself on the lower belly. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize a bow.
प्रसारे पादौ भविदण्डरूपो कुरोजशिष्टे स्थिरभारयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यवितर्दिताङ्घ्रिं निधाय योगी धनुरासनं तत्
Bhagasana. Raise yourself up, keep your heels outside of the hip region. Sit on the knees with your together, resting the heels on the hip region. Continue breathing in Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ की कहूँ निजोई पुनिहा काली जाने दोई पृष्ठगाम गारे कि पुनः जानो ए सबले भू ऊपर थानो
From Gohi Asana, extend your feet straight up, gaze at the nose. Continue Sahaja Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji, Shirsasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्वितेव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं विपरोपवेशने
Relax. From here onwards, the pranayama will be Bhasrika, rapid, forceful inhale and exhale through the nose into the chest region. Starting with Fodhiyasana. In a seated position, lift your legs up straight, keep your thighs close to the chest, knees close to the head. Avoid bending the knees. Hands will be holding the calves. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Swamiji.
दो हाथ भगवा हरे आणे घोड़ा तरी काम कसी थाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगाते दारी शरण उभय आकाश दिशि में करे
Parigasana. Bring your hands to hold the opposite shoulders. Keep your legs together at a 45-degree angle. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a mace or club.
उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य
Naukasana. Maintain your legs at a 45-degree angle. Extend your hands towards your knees. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize yourself as a boat.
आसनं भवति
Rudrasana. Sit up, keeping your back straight. Reach your hands through the legs. Bring your soles together close to the chest. Gaze at the nose. Continue Bhasrika Pranayama, engage Mula Bandha, visualize Lord Rudra.
प्रगथली संबुध करे हस्यासोपागे ऊंचे पकाके अंगुष्ठ डौ ले परलिकाने तालवे
Unmukha Pitasana. Lay on your back. Keep your knees bent. Keep your knees bent. Hands and feet on the floor. Press your hips up, bringing your chest close to the chin. Inhale through the nose in a simple, natural way. Inhale completely. And now, hold the breath, tucking your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, and exhale slowly in Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji.
उद्वे च जानु कृत्वा सवितोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्पाय हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पिठीत उन्मुख नामके
Shivasana. Stretch out your legs and arms. Palms will be facing upwards. Channelize your Kundalini Shakti in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely relax the whole body, making it motionless. Visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानं सबवद्भूमो शयनं तु सवासनं शवासनं शान्तिकरं विश्रान्तिकारकम्
Now start to wiggle your fingers and toes, stretch your arms and legs out, stretch side to side, rock yourself up to a comfortable seated position, head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands in front of the heart in Namaskara Mudra. Very shortly we'll close with the Purna Mantra and bow down at Swamiji's feet, at the feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now we'll close with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Datsat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free passport and make billions receive this free passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is e-Kailasa. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Modern science says that all that exists, whether manifest or unmanifest, is a probability. Infinite probabilities create a quantum field of infinite potential. An observer collapses the probability wave into a particle. Your intention thus creates the reality. Called the observer effect, It is the very act of observation that precipitates any reality.
Nithyanandam, welcome back. Continuing to the introduction in the lifestyle of KAILASA, we'll be moving on to our next segment, power manifestation. Very shortly, we'll be joined by a Balasan of Gurukul, Nithyananda Gurukul, who will be demonstrating us extraordinary powers of Paramashiva. In the Veda Agamas, Paramashiva has revealed more than 460 powers or Shaktis. These are extraordinary powers which are very poorly understood by the modern society. Very often, Shaktis are confused by Siddhis. Shaktis are expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and the high integrity with the Guru. Siddhis, which are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent. Siddhis are not. Siddhis divert you from enlightenment. Shaktis are from the enlightenment space. They are source of enlightenment. Now, the science of power manifestation or Shakti Avishkarna in this way helps us to progress in our quest of enlightenment, in our pursuit of enlightenment, in our prayer to experience the ultimate, Paramashiva, to experience oneness with Paramashiva. Very shortly, we'll be having a Balasan of Gurukul, Nithyananda Gurukul, who will be manifesting one of these extraordinary powers which have been revealed by Paramashiva in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, for example. These Shaktis will help us to entangle with Paramashiva, will help us to entangle with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Guru, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, by entangling with the Balasan as he demonstrated these extraordinary powers. And it will help us progress in our path in enlightenment. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Nityanandam to all the viewers watching us live on all our social media platforms, on all the digital platforms of KAILASA. Now, before we enter into the power manifestation, we'll start with the Sadguru Vandanam, the invocatory mantra to invoke the divine presence of our beloved Master, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. परमस्परं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं सत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Today we'll be seeing the power of consciousness over matter, which is the power to change the external reality, the outer world, just by changing our inner world, the inner space. So we'll be seeing the Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 95, Sutra 120. Kvachid vastuni vinyasya shanay drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Beautifully, Paramashiva in this sutra, in this verse, explains, having one's eyes fixed on a particular object, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with the thoughts and impressions. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state that there is nothing other than this exists, the state of all inclusiveness or infinity. Beautifully, Paramashiva explains to us step by step how we have to manifest this power. First, he says to start looking at the object through our third eye, and then he says to unclutch from the external world and connect with Paramashiva. Then Paramashiva says that once we enter that space, we become infinite and all inclusive, which is the state of Paramashivoham. So now we'll be manifesting the power of consciousness over matter. All the viewers who are watching us live on all our social media platforms can also take this wonderful opportunity to entangle into this beautiful space which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given to us, this beautiful time in the Brahma Muhurta to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So now all of us, we can chant the Mahavakya intensely, and you can place any object on your hand on a flat surface, and in this beautiful space, we'll all be able to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. So now I'll be chanting the Mahavakya, and all of us can chant along with me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Beautifully, Paramashiva has manifested the power. Just by manifesting this power, whatever reality you have, whatever desire you have, when you connect with Paramashiva, you will start manifesting it in your life. Because when you start going to the higher states of consciousness, anything that is there in your space, you start sending a strong signal into the cosmos, and Paramashiva will make it happen in your life. So every day take this beautiful opportunity that Paramashiva has given to manifest these powers of Paramashiva. Now we'll be moving on to the next segment of the KAILASA lifestyle and the Charya Pada, and seeing the Nitya Guru Puja and Paramashiva Puja. So with this, I would like to thank all the viewers for staying with us and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is e-Kailasa. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Modern science says that all that exists, whether manifest or unmanifest, is a probability. Infinite probabilities create a quantum field of infinite potential. An observer collapses the probability wave into a particle. Your intention thus creates the reality. Called the observer effect, it is the very act of observation that precipitates any reality into existence. Hinduism is far advanced than this primitive understanding in the modern day. Hindus know this field of infinite potential as Paramashiva. Paramashiva permeates everything, manifest and unmanifest. He is intelligent, compassionate, and a myriad other auspicious qualities. Our scriptures provide detailed descriptions of how to invoke His presence on the earthly plane, the visualizations that manifest Him, the mantras, sounds that invoke Him, how He looks, His various dimensions, the actions that please Him and have His blessings rain on you, the times in the past when He has manifested for us and led us through a breakthrough. Hinduism knows the art of communing with Paramashiva to manifest any reality we want. And when our effort and all the knowledge isn't enough, He Himself incarnates in human body to show us how, to liberate us, to show us where we are stuck, to take us to oneness. Pratyaksha Pada Puja to His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda, Paramashiva incarnate. Sit at His sacred feet. Let Him awaken you to your field of infinite possibilities, to your oneness with Him. Register now. Pratyaksha Pada Puja.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nithyanandam. Now we'll be moving on to our next segment in the introduction to in the lifestyle of KAILASA, Pratyaksh Pada Puja, where we'll be offering our worship, our gratitude to the lotus feet of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Nithyanandam. Before we begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja today, please declare the following statements with integrity and authenticity. If you agree, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the Chinmaya Vigraha, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth, that whatever I offer at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. We'll now begin the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Please be seated with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And please be in a space of deep, restful awareness and gratitude in your Anandagandha. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Pariyandam Bande Guru Paramparam. Lalathe Tripundri Nitilardha Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmaladhara Spuritakadigaupina Vasanaha Dadano Dushtaram Chirasi Vanirajam Shashikalam Pradibas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. आचम्य ओम आत्मतत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा विद्यातत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा शिवतत्त्वं चोदयामि स्वधा ओम महामृदयाय नमः। शुक्लांभरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तयेत्। प्राणानायम्य ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषक्राय नमः ओम गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम सज्जोतमूर्ते नमः मामृदयाय नमः ओम शिरसे नमः ओम शिखाय नमः ओम कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषक्राय नमः ओम गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम सज्जोतमूर्ते नमः मामृदयाय नमः ओम शिरसे नमः ओम शिखाय नमः ओम कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम होम ईशानमूर्ताय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषक्राय नमः ओम गुरुदेवाय नमः ओम वामदेव्याय नमः ओम सज्जोतमूर्ते नमः ओम आमृदयाय नमः ओम शिरसे नमः ओम शिखाय नमः ओम कवचाय नमः ओम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः अस्त्राय नमः। ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षयद्वारा भगवत्श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीयपरार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये सुभकृतनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे शुक्लपक्षे द्वादश्यां शुभतिथौ स्थिरवासरयुक्तायाम् उत्तराभाद्रपद नक्षत्र हर्षणयोग बलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समितिगत मुक्तामय जुदुरश्रेया नगीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरडा वल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्य महाराज गुरु क्षमणशाख्यात महंधकार निवारण ज्ञानभानु वीक्षणा नरारध्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ गत्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काममोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सुकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतारभूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पादपूजां करिष्ये। ओम अपौपस्पृश्याम कंठानादम्। ओम आगमार्थं तु देवानां गमनार्थं तु राक्षसां घंटानादं करोम यादो देवता आह्वानलांचनं घंटादेवताभ्यो नमः। मानस पूजा। ओम हृद्पद्ममासनं दद्यात् सहस्रारच्युतामृतैः पाद्यं चरणयोर्दद्यात् मनस्तु अर्घ्यं निवेदयेत् तेन अमृतेन आचमनीयं स्नानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धः स्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकं चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं प्राणान् प्रकल्पयेत् तेजस्तत्त्वं च दीपार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुधाम्बुधिः अनाहतध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरं सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रं शब्दतत्त्वं च गीतकं नृत्यमिन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा स्मेकलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमधं तथा अमोहगम् अदम्बं च अद्वेषाक्षोभगौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पंचमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवम्। उपचार पूजा। आसनम्। ओम सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशार्थम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। स्वागतम्। भावो परिधिकारणात् शिव उक्तो महातंत्र मंत्रविद्भिः सदा शिवः तस्मै शिवाय गुरवे वीतरागकलाय वै अमेयत्वात् अजित्वाच्च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवा स्वाभीष्टसिद्धये तस्मै ते परमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो। अद्य मे सबलं जन्म जीवनं सबला क्रियाः स्वागतं यत्त्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम्। ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते। पाद्यम्। ॐ यद्भक्तिलेश संपर्कात् परमानंद संप्लवः तस्मै ते परमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत्। ॐ ह्रीं एतत् पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। अर्घ्यः ॐ दुर्वाक्षतसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहाणार्घ्यं महेश्वर। ॐ ह्रीं एषोऽर्घ्यः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वाहा। आचमनीयम् ॐ मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारी सर्वपापहरं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदम् आचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वधा। मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्कः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय स्वधा। गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं सुशीतलं वारी स्वच्छं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। वस्त्रम् ॐ मायाचित्रपटाच्छन्न निजगुह्योरुतेजसे निरावरणविज्ञाय वासस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम्। ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। आभरणम् ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयाय ते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय निवेदयामि। गन्धः ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् प्रतिगृह्य विलिप्यताम्। ॐ ह्रीं एषद्गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। पुष्पम् ॐ तुरीयवनसम्पन्नं नानागुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यताम् इदमुत्तमम्। ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय वौषट् बिल्वपत्रम् ॐ अमृतोद्भवं श्रीवृक्षं शङ्करस्य सदा प्रियं बिल्वपत्रं प्रयच्छामि पवित्रं ते सुरेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनबिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय वौषट् तुलसीपत्रम् ॐ नमस्ते बहुरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दनतुलसीपत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः धूपः ॐ वनस्पतिरसो दिव्यो गन्धाद्यस्सु मनोहरः आग्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः दीपः ॐ सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वदस्तिमिरापः सभाख्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विवितं देवाशक्करादिविनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोपकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि पानीयम् ॐ समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यशुचिर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा
सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। ओम राजाधिराजाय प्रसन्नसाहिने नमो वयं वै श्रवणाय कुर्महे समे कामान् कामकामाय मह्यं कामेश्वरो वै श्रवणो ददातु कुबेराय वै श्रवणाय महाराजाय नमः। कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवं चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। पुष्पाञ्जलिः। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुस्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्मसम्प्राप्तकर्मबन्धविदाहिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदादेन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्रीजगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्रीजगद्गुरुः ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवं चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
स्वामी ओम जय नित्यानंदा ओम जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी जय जय नित्यानंदा स्वामी ॐ जय नित्यानन्दा ध्यायन्ति यं नित्यमभेददृष्ट्या गुरुनित्यानन्दा
welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider when it was happening is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian, get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you.
Into the lifestyle of KAILASA. We'll be moving on to our next segment. Why KAILASA? Why Hindu Nation? Why Paramashivoham? We'll be looking at today Gurukul, the school of power manifesting superconscious mutants. Until yesterday, we were looking at how superconscious mutation is a possibility. We'll be further looking into that and understanding how today Gurukul is a school of power manifesting children who are super conscious mutants. Yesterday, we had a look at how by consciousness, we can very well change our very DNA structure using the non-coding genes, which are once understood as junk genes. Today, we will look at some of the practical implications of this in a very tangible level, at the level of day-to-day activities in the life of children, and how it impacts us as adults, what we can get out of it, how we can manifest the same superconscious mutation for our benefit, what are the tangible benefits. We'll be looking at all these. Now, first, let us look at the Hindu perspective on education. Eons ago, Paramashiva revealed Veda Agamas to Devi Paramashiva Shakti and established the enlightened Hindu civilization. Hinduism at its zenith spanned over 10,000 sampradayas, which could be understood in the modern day as 10,000 religions, as per modern definition of a religion. These 10,000 sampradayas have peacefully coexisted with all humans, animals, and nature since several millennia. Hinduism has offered life solution, health solution, way to fulfilling relationships, conflict-free living, completion-based lifestyle, science of enlightenment to humanity. Hindu civilization embodies the best of the best in every field: health, medicine, art, science, social, judicial, administrative, and political systems. Now, the 5 pillars of Hinduism are temples, gurukuls, libraries, gaushalas, and anyanas. The Guru is the sacred embodiment of the ultimate who revives these 5 pillars. Today we'll be looking at Gurukul, Hindu schools and universities. On 21st June 2017, in the presidential address, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had declared that collected information being taught and further research done on those information is not real education. Exploring multi-dimensional possibilities of the brain to have access to multi-dimensions of the universe is education. In Hindu tradition, Gurukul is for this purpose. The Vatavarna for exploring multi-dimensions of your consciousness is created. Initiation, energy, inspiration, atmosphere for all this multi-dimensional exploring is provided in Gurukul. A very important aspect that we are missing in today's education, be it for children or even as adults, as we continue in our life, is exploring multi-dimensions of our consciousness. Somehow, running in the rat race in the world, we get stuck with few things like job, promotion, money, even having a very short-sighted goal, purpose of life to work till retirement and then die. Literally in a very pessimistic, shallow, limited view of life. But what Vedic Hindu education, Gurukul education is all about is exploring multi-dimensions of your consciousness. Unfortunately, the problem that we are faced today with the modern human lifestyle is we do not even know the existence of many of these dimensions. Forget exploring. Even to have the basic curiosity of understanding this, we should have some information about the multi-dimensions of our consciousness. Let's take an example.
गणानां त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनामुपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिसीदसादनम्.
To peer into her eyes is to see not only the stars but the whole universe. But today, we're covering them 3 times. Nine-year-old Yogamata is one of many children who went to Gurukul, India, and are now demonstrating the same power.
It's just the mystical power that I got to learn in Gurukul.
She was initiated, actually, by a guru, but we'll talk more about that later. She demonstrated her impressive ability on Capitol Hill, and then again at this Vedic temple in Southern California.
All I can say is, be prepared to be amazed. Can you tell us your name?
My name is Ma Yogamata.
Are you ready for the blindfold reading?
Yes.
Watch as she reads pieces of paper handed to her by random observers, blindfolded.
Director of successful and respected American business.
She plays with toys, letting an audience member mix one set before matching up the colors as though her eyes were wide open.
First the green, then the orange, then the blue, then the blue, then the yellow, then the like a donut.
Wonderful.
Even beating this young onlooker at a game of tic-tac-toe.
X, I won.
Yay!
When the temple first reached out to tell me about the girl with the superhuman abilities, I didn't know what to think, but I knew I had to see it for myself.
Hi.
Hi! Perfect timing. How are you?
Guys.
Good. Thank you so much for coming. Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you. I'm so excited.
Thank you.
Okay, let's just take a seat right here. Yogamata agreed to sit with me and demonstrate her abilities one-on-one. So, Yogamata, I saw what you were doing in there. It's really amazing. But some people at home watching this video might think you're playing a trick on us. Are you playing a trick?
No. If they think I'm cheating, I have ridden a bicycle in blindfold. And if they think I'm cheating from under, I can see only under then. How can I just dodge cars and all of that? There's no way to dodge cars. So I'm not playing a trick. This is how I learned. This is how I know. And it's not a trick. It's just a mystical power they can learn. Anybody can learn.
And you told me earlier, you said, you can check my ears if you want. I don't have a microphone.
Yeah, I don't have a microphone because I don't keep anything in my ears. My ears are always like clean, except maybe for wax or something.
So when you say you're seeing from your third eye, what exactly does it look like?
When I like do blindfold, it looks like everything is just coming like an image, just pops up and goes. Sometimes when I open my eyes and see all looking around, like how I see you, I see many other stuff. And sometimes like how I look around, like with my normal two eyes.
Very cool superpower, you can call it, right? That you can do. But how do you see the third eye awakening benefiting the world or other people?
Like it gives them, like you should be first self-confident with the blindfold reading, then it comes. Then with that blindfold reading confidence, it will just benefit you in the everything. Like I used to be scared of like taking pictures or like people.
You were shy.
Yeah, I'm shy. I used to be shy. Now I'm like confident. Okay, I can do it. I'm not shy.
Between you and me, okay? I saw you playing with your friends out there. Can you use this ability to cheat and like when you're playing hide and seek?
Yes. When I was at my cousin's place, I was playing hide and seek with my cousins, my friends, my cousin's friends. We were all playing hide and seek. It was my turn to count. So I counted to 100, and then I'm like, okay. My mom came, and then okay. I told my mom, Ma, I know where they are. I know where they're hiding. So I exactly went there, and I found my cousin and his friend. I went to the next place. I found out my other friends, and then went to a few other places. I found them.
Is that fair?
Well, not exactly, but they don't know. I don't think they know.
And can you turn it on and off, or do you always see?
I can turn it on and off whenever I want. It's like my decision. I want to do it, or and it's my decision. I do not want to do it. And sometimes, if I'm in a bad mood, if I try doing blindfold, it does not come totally.
Oh, so you have to be
Like
in a good state of mind.
Yeah.
Now, I brought a clipboard with me here. Can we try this and see how it works?
Okay.
Yeah?
You need a blindfold with me?
Yep, we'll get one.
Okay.
Can you see what face I'm making at you right now? You don't think it's funny? So I'm going to write something on this paper and you'll read it to me, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's say I'm only writing one word. Can you tell me what this word says?
Love.
Wow. Pretty amazing. And now, if I draw something, can you see that?
Yeah, I'll tell you and I'll draw it again.
And you'll draw it again?
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. I'm going to draw. I'm not a very good artist. You're probably better than me. Okay, here we go. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's a tree. It's like a Christmas tree.
Exactly, a cedar tree. Here you go.
Oh,
now.
it's a cedar tree.
Yes, and now you'll draw it for me, right?
Yeah.
And you can't see anything?
No.
With your physical eyes?
Yeah, with my physical eye. Then here's like a stump.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 1, 2.
Oh my gosh, you're doing each piece of grass exactly the same.
Then like this.
Even the, oh wow.
And 1, 2, 3 dots.
Wow. You didn't even draw just the grass. You drew it exactly the way I scribbled it. You're like, ah.
So we just saw some demonstration of the third eye. Many of us are not even aware that all of us have a third eye. Now here we are not talking something limited to the third eye. A very particular aspect which I would like to get the attention of our viewers is that when the Balasan, the child, who is power manifesting, is scribbling what was drawn, and she saw it with her third eye. Not only she is scribbling the same picture or a similar picture, even the order in which it was drawn is being repeated. Now, this is a very unique phenomena where the third eye has a vision, blindfold vision, and it also records, it seems to record the happenings as it happened. So we are able to see not just what is happening, but also what happened in the past. A very small glimpse into the power of Akashic reading, where we can see events happening in the past also in the order in which it happened. It might sound as something too good to believe or a generalization, but it is a very unique phenomena which we have observed.
Easy, right? Actually, you know what?
What?
I have a couple of pieces of paper in my pocket. Can you read them for me?
Yep.
I did these earlier. So here's one.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, why don't you open it?
Know thyself, Swamiji.
Wow. That's exactly what it says.
I see a card right there.
Yep, there's a card, but let's try this too. What is this? Here's another piece of paper.
Oh, it's folded. Nothing. What?
I tried to trick you. It didn't work, huh?
It did that way.
ठीक है, हो गया. So we just went through a video where one of the Balasans, Ma Yoga Mata, was demonstrating various powers of Paramashiva, particularly the third eye power, the power of being able to see blindfolded, being able to manifest. We looked at a few particular aspects. Now, let us understand the various aspects that were brought forward with this video. Number one of them is that we have something called a third eye. Now, where is the third eye located, for example? We understand it's between the eyebrows and where the nose and the eyebrows meet. It is where we apply the Gyananjana and the Kumkum. Very often, we understand that there is the pineal gland below the third eye. But is the pineal gland itself the third eye? If that is the case, how can the pineal gland see when it is inside the skin? Where is the nervous system and the other organs required for seeing if we are actually seeing from the third eye? That is the pineal gland, if that is what the third eye means. We see that the complete eyes of the Balasan, the children manifesting these powers, is completely covered, which means that nothing physically apparent in our bodies is being used, because all the parts are covered either with skin or by cloth or by hands. Then where is the vision coming from? If we are able to see something using apart from our physical body as we see it, surely we have a body much more than this physical body. And that is what we mean by multi-dimensions of our consciousness. We have organs like eyes, nose. Similarly, we have organs such as the third eye, which are meta-physical organs, which are not exactly present physically. They have a connection with our physical bodies, but they have a metaphysical existence, something much more than the body. Now, if we come to this understanding that we have something much more than the body, then what happens to us when the body ceases to function or ceases to exist? Do we still continue to exist? If we understand we are something more than the body, then naturally the curiosity awakens, the seeking awakens. If we are something more than the body, what happens to that when our body ceases to function? When we die, and we are cremated, our body is burned, does the third eye continue to function? Does something in us continue to function and continue life? We may not know, but such curious, important seeking awakens in us once we start manifesting the powers of the third eye. We start exploring our multi dimensions. Even today, it's a mystery from the perspective of science how the third eye functions. We understand 99% of our genes are wrongly understood as junk genes. These non-coding genes help activate several functionalities and capabilities and expressions in our genes and capabilities of living organisms. Third eye power manifestation is just one of them, which is awakened by the initiation of the Guru, by the initiation of the incarnation. Bhagwan Paramashiva himself in the form of Guru as the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
From time immemorial.
Now, we'll be looking at some of the research done on these children. Some of the scientific research done on these children. It was done in Apollo Hospital in Ahmedabad in the year 2019. One of the tests done was to track the neuron activity between the eyes and the brain, to understand which part of the brain is being used when they are manifesting, when the children, the power manifesting balasans, are using their third eye. Which part of the brain is being used? Now, there were two experiments, one done with a power manifesting balasant and one done with a regular child. In a simple baseline scenario, when the eyes are open, we see the visual evoked potential test showing normal activity. That means the neuron activity between the eyes and the brain showed normal activity for both the balasant and the regular child. Whereas when the child was blindfolded with the mindfold eye patches, there was no activity observed between the eyes and the brain, neither for the regular child nor for the balasant. For the balasant, as for the child, there was no activity at all, but for the balasant, there was no organized activity. Similarly, was the case with eye patch. There was no organized activity for balasants, whereas there was no activity at all for a regular child. But what is special? Even despite that, the balasants were having vision even when with their eyes open, with their eyes folded, blindfold with mindfold eye patches or with other eye patches. In all three cases, the children had vision. Another test was the EEG test to measure the brain electric activity when the children were performing blindfold reading. In the baseline experiment, when the children had their eyes open, it showed normal activity both for balasants and regular children. But when the children were blindfolded with both mindfold eye patches and other sticker-based eye patches, despite this double layer blindfolding, the balasants were able to have vision. Whereas the regular children had only the alpha waves being detected during the EEG test, the balasants had a new waveform of beta waves at a much higher frequency. Similarly, many other tests were carried out, such as the functional MRI test. Even when the children were blindfolded, it showed very little activity. Whereas for the children, brain and occipital area activity, which showed high sign of anxiety. Whereas for the Balasans, there was absolutely very little activity, almost as if they do not even need to use the brain to have vision. In a very relaxed way, directly, they are able to see without using the eye tracts, without using the neurons between the eyes and the brains, and similarly, not even requiring several parts of the brain to be used, but still they are having vision. Now, here are some pictures showing the images of the MRI scan of the Balasans. We can see these scans from one of the Balasans, Premasurupa Maharaj. When their eyes are open, we see activity in the rear part of the brain, whereas when their eyes are closed, completely zero activity. Now, when they are manifesting powers, even without any activity, the children are able to see. Now, that remains a mystery for science, and we'll leave it at that. However, what is clear that the regular parts of the brain are not involved. It shows that we have alternate possibility of vision, which we are yet to explore. Now, these are the multi-dimensions of our consciousness, which the Gurukul education system helps us explore, gives us the space to explore. Gurukul education, the Hindu education system, is not about taking some informed possibility. In a summary, these experiments show that Balasans can see despite eye patch and mild foot, and regular children cannot. The VEP tests showed no organized neuron activity in the optic tracts of the Balasans, while blindfold reading suggesting alternate mechanism of vision. The EEG tests show a unique waveform, while Balasans are blindfold reading distinct high amplitude, high beta jigsaw patterns. The functional MRI shows minimal glucose consumption in occipital lobe of brain, which processes vision, suggesting alternate fuel of source or alternate nexus of awareness. All these findings suggest authentic alternate visual sense and pathway. Studies performed with the physiological impact of Gurukul education shows the impact of whole brain activation. The scans to the right show a phenomenal jump to 146 hertz when a child from Nithyananda Gurukul was manifesting the power of third eye vision. This is another one of the experiments done on a different occasion. These tests give us a small glimpse on the capabilities of we humans, the possibilities that Paramashiva has given to humanity. But at the same time, it shows how we are not being able to even be aware of our own potential. Now let us go to the next aspect of this experiment. Can this be transmitted to others? Even before, let us understand some of the other implications by a research done on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2004 in Oklahoma. We'll watch a short video where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's body was subjected to various tests which revealed many such aspects.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They are replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was Swami was inside, and that's last part of that one. See that right here? So what's interesting was I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure. If you eat the same thing with beautiful pleasures you have, beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure, it's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical
So we just saw some interesting scientific experiments and the findings which were shown by one of the researchers on how the brain activity, the neurology, was observed for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now let us highlight a few particular instances. Just as Dr. Murli, who was the scientist who performed some of these various experiments, was sharing that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could on will control the amount of dopamine that would be in his system by just opening or closing his third eye. In the past experiments which we just saw, we understood how the third eye was providing for an alternative mechanism of vision. But there is more to it. The third eye, or the Anya Chakra, which is called the will center, which can give command, can also generate bliss at the command of the consciousness, our being. What it means is that we are not the puppets of outside ups and downs. We can control our entire neurochemistry, hormonal chemistry in our body at will. In other words, our beloved Guru, Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, can decide when he wants to be happy, how much he wants to be happy, how long he wants to be happy, how he wants to manifest bliss, how much dopamine he wants in his system, or for a lack of better words, as being an enlightened being, he's beyond any want. In an essence, he can control entering into the zone which the scientists call the D zone, which, for lack of better words, they have not been able to identify and correlate with the Hindu principles such as Turiya or Turyatita. Now we'll be having a very special guest with us, Shri Gyanatma Nanda, who will be joining us to share his perspective as a graduate of Nithyananda Hindu University, which is, we can say in other words, an extension of the same education system of Gurukul, but for the common masses, for everybody. As we were looking at these aspects of the third eye, these multi-dimensions of the third eye, how we can control our neurochemistry, our hormones, our bliss chemistry. These possibilities, these multi-dimensions of our existence are unknown to us. It has far many implications. For example, controlling the blood glucose level. All this can be controlled by our consciousness. These are some of the dimensions of our third eye powers. Now we'll be having Sri Gyanatmananda joining us and sharing his perspective as a graduate of Nithyananda Hindu University, having done various educational courses on the science of living enlightenment conducted directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, such as having done the 21-day Inner Awakening program and also having attended Paramashivoham. So we will have Sri Gyanatmananda. Welcome, Sri Gyanatma. Please go ahead and share your perspective.
Maharaj, thank you so much. Yeah, just seeing a lot of the brain research and science, and really how modern science is really analyzing and verifying the ancient sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and what really happens through the superconscious mutation process. It's literally something beyond modern science. It's it's the all the tests and abilities of the modern science to look into how these superconscious mutation sciences actually impact. The attempt to measure what that impact is always an extent and a measure beyond the capability of modern science. And for example, the ability to do the third eye reading, to do things like body scanning, to have that intuition revealed to us, to have the extra superhuman intelligence that is awakened through the third eye initiation processes from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, really is completely immeasurable as an experience. But what it does by modern science, but what modern science does end up being able to verify about those disciples who have been initiated into third eye science, is that it's something they've never seen before. So whether it's the brain states where there's a enormous amount of activity during an extremely restful state that is never seen in any other situation, or whether it's an increase in the mitochondrial cell energy of participants of the 21-day initiation programs from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or whether it's a measure of the performance of the Gurukul Balasants as per percentile rank based on their age, it's always to a level that is inexplicable and not seen in any other scenarios. So the one thing that we know is that modern science, their attempts to quantify what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the gifts that he gives through the initiations and darshans, the science of the superconscious mutation, what we know is that it is way beyond logic, and it literally breaks the scales of any attempt of modern science to measure. And so as an experience to have the ability to have access to solutions at your fingertips is not something that that modern science can measure anyway. But what it can do is it can use its own scientific measures to show that the impacts of superconscious mutation is completely off the charts of modern science. And some of the examples of how you see this sort of personally firsthand with Balasants of Nithyananda Gurukul is actually described by in many different ways, and one of the sort of earmark, the sort of just having a background as a teacher in the education system in North America and working in that field for a number of decades and with youth and young people. One of the big markers, aside from the superconscious side that is kind of a side effect of the manifestation of the superpowers, is the resiliency and the positivity and the spontaneous intelligence that you see in the Balasants. And for example, I actually remember, as Maharaj, you were just mentioning that I had participated in various classes in KAILASA with the Nithyananda Hindu University. And actually, while we were there, we actually got to spend some time with the Balasants in the Nithyananda Gurukul. And I can share one experience that was just a really simple, really practical, sort of everyday scenario that really illustrated the mindset that the Balasants had there. And actually, the Balasants were doing the alankaram, so they were decorating the deities. And one of the sort of young leaders in the Gurukul, who was especially good and experienced in teaching the other Balasans how to do the alankaram, had finished dressing up one of the deities. And so he asked another one of the students there, how did I do? How is it? And the other child responded like, saying it's fine, it looks good. And so the older Balasant who had done the alankaram said, no, you have to tell me how to fix it. You have to tell me how to make it better. And the younger Balasant sort of looked a little bit confused and hesitant and said, no, it looks fine. And so the older Balasant said, no, you have to tell me what can be improved so I can do it more authentically. And this kind of a thing where you see kids competing in schools for marks and for attention and for recognition is mostly that if you get that recognition or you achieve that level, then that is exactly what I want, for people to say that I've done a good job. But in the Balasans of Nithyananda Gurukul, their focus is on how can we constantly be striving for authenticity. It doesn't matter what level I've achieved or already have done or where I'm at now. We always need to be pushing ourselves, stretching ourselves to be more and more authentic. And so that is always a very sweet and unexpected experience actually with the Balasans.
Yes, Sriganatma, very true. And this is because the whole Hindu education is based on seeking our multidimensional possibilities. That is why the Balasans are always stretching themselves to their authenticity. Because it is not a closed book with a first chapter and a last chapter where we know what the syllabus is. It's a constant looking inside our inner world and exploring the outer world also. So, as a graduate of the Nithyananda Hindu University, who has done several meditation programs with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being guided by him, being initiated by him, we could say that the Nithyananda Hindu University is a window to experience the same Gurukul lifestyle, but for the people who are unable to go back to their childhood, who are unable to change their life and start getting brought up in this lifestyle of power manifestation. What benefit do you see through being part of such an experience, being able to entangle with these power manifesting Balasans, being able to apply those experiences in your life? What benefit do you see through the programs such as Inner Awakening Paramashivoham? Could you please share?
Yeah, I mean, again, Maharaj, that is exactly what is the benefit is beyond measure, and it's a quantum jump. It's a completely different way of living. One of the Swamiji sometimes jokes about the Bhutas and Ganas, how they are the recycled beings that Paramashiva lives with, and that they have no use for anything in this world. And it's sort of like, once you get this superconscious mutation, this ability to use third eye, to manifest the superpowers, to have this conscious intelligence and intuition, it's all the things that we're usually stressing about and worrying about, whether it's time or is the process correct, or is everything in order? Is everything prepared? Is everyone prepared? Is everything how it's supposed to be? There's a knowledge and intelligence and a spontaneous decision-making ability, that those sorts of things don't matter. It's just that I'm able to continue to exist in the space of restful awareness and express my consciousness spontaneously. And so, aside from that, of course, manifesting the Shaktis is absolutely incredible. I've done a number of times body scans that have lasted more than 20 minutes. And just the intelligence, the confidence that it gives me, the intelligence that is revealed about how the body works and how psychological or emotional problem that person is having actually breaks down to a cellular level, and how the cells cooperate and work to address that problem is just incredible. The knowledge that is revealed about what the different kinds of cells, what they do, what they're doing, why they're doing it, what is the cause of this, how it relates to the digestive system. All these kinds of information have been revealed to me through body scanning experiences. And so that in itself, it gives you a huge space of restful awareness where when stressful or difficult situations happen, they can be happening, that's no problem. But my inner space doesn't need to be running in circles. Like, that problem is recreating itself inside of me. So all the cyclone is going on outside, that's no problem. So we can see it clearly and decide how to proceed. So this is one of the beautiful gifts of this superconscious mutation, is that anything can be happening in the world, but Swamiji gives this beautiful inner space of intelligence and knowing that I can actually, it gives you permission to enjoy your life, where we often feel like I'm not prepared enough, I don't know enough, and we don't allow ourselves to enjoy life because of that. So another side effect of this process is that doing those body scannings makes those people feel so grateful. And so having these superpower abilities, it gives you a way, in a relaxed way, an effortless way, to contribute to your community. We have, and to contribute to anyone, because the skills that you have, the abilities you have, applies to everyone. It's not just a specific, say, skill of building some kind of construction project, and so that will only be needed for certain people. But everyone needs listening. Everyone needs completion. Everyone needs some spiritual guidance for themselves, and so it's very fulfilling in that sense to be able to go about our daily routines. Although nothing with Swamiji is normal or regular on a regular level anymore because of all the superconscious abilities. But it gives you the ability to go ahead and live those things, but with a completely different way of viewing the world. And so it really contributes to the sense of community where people contribute to each other's lives rather than competing for a limited number of resources. So there's literally endless benefits to the superconscious mutation, the initiations and darshans from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. These are some of the experiences and some of the possibilities. And one of the other aspects is relating to time. And this is something that comes up frequently because what causes people a lot of stress in their life is feeling that what they see through their two eyes is the reality. And so there's always a judgment based on things have to look the way that I expect them to look. And if they don't, then my anxiety starts to rise, then my thinking becomes cloudy, and then my decision making becomes impaired, and I end up making things a lot more difficult. So that's one of the aspects, is it changes when the third eye, not just the two eyes, but this third eye expansive unclutched space is awakened. You start to realize what Paramashiva is, what life really is not bound by what your two eyes see. It's actually a much bigger space in place. And you see that unfolding in the three-dimensional level, rather than following just what your eyes see and getting stuck in that limited process. This is one of the other aspects, kind of living in the vertical time zones beyond time. You see the time unfolding, but it doesn't cause you the stress and anxiety. There's a lot more confidence and clarity. So these are some of the examples, Maharaj, of what really beautiful communities of people have been sharing about how they're able to interact and see what balasants are manifesting as Shaktis, and the entanglement initiation that these young balasants are, as enlightened leaders of the future, initiating us into, and really creating a new possibility for humanity.
Thank you so much, Sri Gyanatma. And I hope all of yours are also interested to explore their multi-dimensions of their consciousness, to explore their higher possibilities. For us who wouldn't have been fortunate enough to be a part of Gurukul, it's not end of the world. We have another chance, which is Paramashivoham, a 21-day awakening event to teach us how we can explore our inner dimensions, our multi-dimensions, and manifest ultimate consciousness in us. Now, we'll be projecting the link of Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham, starting from December 9 up until December 29th. Paramashivoham is an immersive 21-day awakening event as a part of offering of the Nithyananda Hindu University to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. The science begins with discovering the Paramashiva in you and then getting established in this true identity by manifesting powers of Paramashiva. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. With this, we come to the end of today's segment on Introduction to the Lifestyle of KAILASA. Today, we witnessed the lifestyle of Gurukul, the lifestyle of power manifestation, the science behind it, how the Hindu education is all about discovering our multidimensions, and it is an important understanding. It makes a huge difference. Until we do not even know all our possibilities, we cannot make the right decisions. We might make decisions based on our limited understanding, but when we really know all our multi-dimensions, just as we saw that we have some metaphysical organs such as the third eye, which we do not even know about. Just as the third eye, which is a metaphysical organ which we do not even know about. How can we make decisions of our life, major decisions of our life, without even knowing who we are, what our possibilities are, what our future is? This is why it is extremely important for us to have this minimal understanding of our multi-dimensions. Paramashivoham will give us a breakthrough in our understanding of who we are, that we are Paramashiva. This is the truth, and we will realize how we are divine beings having a human experience. Join us for this grand event by registering at kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. With this, we come to the end of today's session and will be moving on to the next segment, the Alive Satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the daily presidential address of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now let us please sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line and invoke the presence of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in our Anandagandha by chanting the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivam, and prepare ourselves to receive our beloved Guru in the upcoming Alive Satsang. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you, all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, Tanedars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, RR TV, having Nayana Diksha, sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Kuala Lumpur Adinam, Ohio Adinam, Kulim Malaysia, Phoenix Arizona, Redmond Washington, Toronto Adinam, Istanbul Turkey, Sedona Arizona, Guadalupe Adinam, Vancouver Canada, Seattle Adinam, San Jose Adinam, Madhyanatma, Montclair California, China, Hyderabad Adinam, Bididi Nithyananda Nagar, St. Louis, Warrington UK, Houston Adinam, Manhattan New York, Doncaster UK, Sugarland Texas, Amersfoort Netherlands, Bangalore North, Vancouver Bhubaneswar, Singapore Adinam, Dubai Adinam, Hyderabad Gupta Kashi, London Kashi, Tiruvanmiyur Adinam, and some more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I will enter into the Shanti Mantra of Kathopanishad. Please recite along with me. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vitvishavahay. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Please repeat. Om Sahana Vavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu Ma Vishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. I first want to introduce this concept of Shanti Mantra, which is unique to Indian education system, pre-Macaulay. Please understand. I do not want to accept anything post-Macaulay as Indian education system. The cultural genocide done by the British, thrown, destroyed. Nothing Indian is respected as worthy. The deep self-doubt implanted into us, still we are not able to get out of it. Please understand. Still we are not able to get out of it. Still we are stuck with it. It has gone so deep into it, into our system. Still we are not able to get out of the self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial we have been put in. So when I say Indian education system, I mean pre-Max Muller, pre-Macaulay. Our original education system. Listen, the Shanti Mantra concept is unique only to Indian education system. If you see the meaning of this mantra, it's so beautiful, where a student and the teacher, both of them sit together and say, let there be no enmity between us. Why will a student and teacher sit and pray to Lord, let there be no enmity between us? Understand? Unfortunately, many times, student denies the possibility of his ignorance and holds on to what he thinks as right. Master has to expose himself. Please understand, master has to expose student to himself. He has to expose him to himself, which creates a lot of pain. Lot of incompletions are attacked, shaken. So there is a possibility for a student to develop a subtle anger, vengeance, violence towards the teacher, thinking that whatever I say is saying no to it. Whatever I say is saying no to it. Anything which makes me happy is denying it. Maybe he is not just interested in teaching, he is interested in putting me down. There is every possibility. You can start developing the anger, understand? As a victim of the student's anger, victim of the disciples' anger, I tell you this. Many times I have been a victim of this disciples' anger, who are not matured enough to learn, but who go on uttering, repeating stupid words like a parrot. No, I have surrendered myself to you. I have surrendered myself to you. Please teach me exactly as it should be taught. Please make it happen as you want it to happen. The moment I put my hand on the pulse, no. Even breaking your ideas about me is part of my job. Understand, Many times I have been a victim of the so-called students' anger. The very education process in Indian tradition is awakening you. It is not just giving some words, ideas, concepts, theories, theologies. It is awakening you. Sometime the fact you are having may be right, but the context you are having will be wrong. So the fact also will be written off. Understand? The fact you are having may be right, but the context you are having may not be right. So during those moments, not just the context, even fact will be written off. Till you change your context, this fact is not going to be useful for you anymore. Go and come back. If you see in Upanishads, Master asks the disciple, go. He gives 2 cows and says, go. Come back after it became 1,000 cows. When disciple comes back after it became 1,000 cows, Master says, no, go and come back. Disciple could not understand, what is this? It's already become 1,000. Why is he not accepting me? He went and sat and meditated. Suddenly he saw in that his mind got dissolved. He himself became like one more cow. When he realized the context of Master's words, came back with 1,000 cows. Master said, come on, receive the 1,001 cows. When the context is not right, even if the facts are right, you are written off. So in this whole process of awakening, so much of patience is required from the side of student. So much of understanding is required from the student's side. Shanti mantra sets the context of Indian education system. And in Indian education system, there is no higher and lower. Means teacher is not considered as higher than you. Student is not considered lower than the teacher, because it is very clear teacher also goes on learning by teaching. Please understand, it is a student who makes person into teacher. It's a student who makes the person into teacher. It's a teacher. Listen. Teacher cannot be self-centric. And education is such, both constantly gets enriched. Playing the role of a teacher for millions for last more than 12 years. I wanted to tell you this. I started teaching, I think, in 2001. And now it is 2015, almost 14 years. Being the teacher, playing the role of a teacher also for millions for last 14 years, I want to tell you, I am enriched more than any of my students by teaching. Please understand, all my classes, the only person who attended is me. The only person who attended all my classes is me. Students change, but teacher is same. And fortunately, I have the habit of sitting aside, sitting beside and listening to what I am saying. Understand, I am in such a peaceful space. Not only I am teaching, I am able to sit beside me and listen. 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 Listening to Paramahamsa Nithyananda for last 14 years, I am telling you, I am enriched more than any student. That's the truth. If a teacher is not enriched by his teachings, please don't listen to him. If a teacher is not coming up with a new truths and asking you to do some same meditation, kriya, pranayama, yoga for last 25 years, please save yourself. Because if the teacher is enriched, he is bound to come up with the new truths, techniques, methods for a various group, various level students. Understand? The whole context of Indian education system is introduced in this one verse, in this one Shanti mantra. In Indian education system, the first context set about education is let both of us be together and be protected. Let us not hurt each other. Let us not cherish enmity towards each other. Let's not cherish anger towards each other. See, all of us know master cannot cherish any anger towards the disciple. What is there? Why should the line say, let both of us not cherish the anger? It means there is always a possibility disciple can have self-doubt. Maybe my ignorance is being exploited. Maybe because I am ignorant, he is not only just teaching me, he is constantly pulling me down, putting me down. Understand? Presence of ignorance is always painful. Pain is the method. Pain is the method to measure the presence of ignorance. Understand? Pain proves the presence of ignorance. Ignorance always will be causing pain. Please understand, make this as a scale. Anything does not cause pain is not ignorance. Anything ignorance will cause pain. Will cause pain. Understand? When you are sitting with so much of pus, wounds, internally, externally, even if master tells you, please apply the medicine, you will feel hurt. See, he is pointing my wounds. He is all the time thinking about my wounds. Understand? My job is the most difficult job, I tell you. I have to cut your ego without you feeling the pain. First thing, I have to make you understand which part of you is tumor and which part of you is muscle. Many times you associate your tumors as your muscle and tell me, hey, don't touch that part. No, 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 that is me. Don't touch, don't touch. But you go on telling, please Swamiji, do whatever you want. Please Swamiji, whatever you have to do. I have surrendered myself completely. Holding on to the tumor with both hands and both legs. Swamiji, Swamiji, you do whatever need to be done, Swamiji. I have completely surrendered myself to you, Swamiji. Please remove the tumors as early as possible, Swamiji. I am your disciple for last 4 years. Still you have not made me enlightened, Swamiji. What is this, Swamiji? You are wasting my time. What is this, Swamiji? I am not yet enlightened. Please, please, you make me enlightened, Swamiji. And I have surrendered myself to you completely, Swamiji. To make you understand what is tumor, what is your muscle, is the biggest job. Understand, arrogance never lets you remember the benefits caused by the Guru. Only it remembers pain you created using the name of the Guru. The teacher's job is the most difficult job. Teacher's job is the most difficult job. He has to constantly deal with your conflicts, controversies, confusions. Morning you will say, please do what needs to be done and give me enlightenment. Evening you will come and say, I am giving up. I don't think either you are capable or I am capable of standing, living with you. And then again next day morning you come and tell, no, no, Swamiji, I have decided to surrender. Please awaken me, help me to become enlightened. Which one should I believe? So naturally I wait. When I wait, again I get blamed for that. So long I am here under your feet. Still I have not become enlightened. Arey, tell me, you have been under my feet, whether surrendering or to pull my feet. More number of times people have pulled this leg than the number of times they worshipped. That is why I sit down and teach. Understand? Indian education system is not just giving you some informations, not bothered about you. No. It is one of the most subtle and most powerful awakening system. Awakening means so much of involvement between Guru and disciple is required. That is why in original Indian education system, Guru and disciple are supposed to live together 24 hours. Disciple need to absorb the Guru, not observe. Absorb the Guru 24 hours. Please understand. Indian education system was never day scholar method. No. The day scholar method is the non-involvement narrative education system. Please understand, I am using a new word. Non-involvement narrative. Where the teacher talks to the blackboard, you talk to your neighbor, the classmate, friend, or the birds through the window. In the class, when you are sitting, if you are all the time gazing through the window, you are going to become a poet. All the time, if you are talking to your friend, you are going to become a politician. Now, the Indian education system is such. The original Indian education system is not non-committal narrative method. The teacher sits with the disciples. Disciples live with the teacher. 24 hours observing the behavior, the way teacher carries himself. I tell you, now it is time, as per the astrology, no theory can rule any human society which is imposed on that society more than 60 years. Now 60 years is over for the non-involvement narrative education system. I am telling you, future is Gurukul system. The future of education is where the teachers and students live together in one place. If needed, let the parents also stay there. But because basically kids do what you do, they won't do what you say. Understand? They do what you do. They won't do what you say. Whatever you do, simply they will do. They will never do what you say. Most of the time, they don't care for what you say. The future of the Indian education system, I can say, the future of any intelligent education system will be Gurukul system. I am not talking out of pride or arrogance. I am talking seeing the future. I am telling you, I will be leading this revival in the education system through our Gurukul system. Through our Gurukul system. It is going to be the Gurukuls. In Indian education system, complete involvement is required from the side of the teacher and the student. Student need to study the teacher. Teacher need to study the student. Understand? After thoroughly studying the student, teacher identifies the right subject in which the student will be successful. Few things are basic for everyone, like science of completion and enlightenment. Other than the science of enlightenment, all other things, master selects the subject in which the student will be successful. And then student is trained specifically in those fields with the knowledge of enlightenment, with the science of enlightenment, with the truth of enlightenment, as the context. Even if you learn the archery, enlightenment is the context. If you study administration, enlightenment is the context. If you learn about business, enlightenment is the context. If you learn plumbing, building houses, sculpting, enlightenment is the context. Indian education system is more of a transmission of the knowledge, not transfer of knowledge. It is not just information based. I am telling you, all the education institutions in the modern day trying to teach the Indian knowledge like a sculpting or making the deities or Stapatya Veda, in the structure of modern day education organizations like a school, college, they are utter failure. The students who have studied up to postgraduate in those institutes, I can see the fellow who has studied post-graduation, who has a double degree in sculpting cannot make one small Ganesha. But the boy who grows up with his father as guru, at the age of 6, he can do wonders in stone. He can write poetry in stone. When he produces something, it will be literally poetry in the stone. Thanks to Indian government allowing kids to work with the family, with the parents in non-hazardous fields. The labor law in India has been corrected. Kids can work with the parents in family concerns because many of the Indian art is a family concern. I was wondering if the children are not allowed to work with the parents, they will never learn and specialize. See, the Western education method is based on updating. The more you delay purchase of any IT product, you will get a cheaper and better product. The more you delay, you will get a cheaper and better product because it is an updation method. But Indian things are specialization method. The more number of years you spend on it, more you will be specialized. Weaving, carving, agriculture, building. That is why in our education system, in our social system, we insisted son doing the job of the father. It is so stupid. It is so stupid. That system was questioned, abused, beaten, finally destroyed. Now, we don't have identity and we are not able to be self-sustaining because the stability of our society is destroyed. Earlier we know every year how many engineers will be produced, how many agriculturists will be produced. The whole society is so stable. Understand, it is the stability of the society decides the value of your currency, nothing else. It is stability of the society that decides the value of currency. In a very cunning, systematic way, in the name of destroying untouchability, which was not there the way it is projected now. Please understand, a boy goes to the Gurukul and tells the Guru, I want to join your Gurukul. Guru asks, what is your community? The boy says, I do not know. My mother is a dancer. in the court, so I do not know who fathered me. I don't know my father's name, so I don't know my community. Immediately, Guru says, this level of integrity means you are a Brahmana. Come on, join the Gurukul. You are the highest order of the society. Understand, the order was not decided. The ladder was not just based on birth. You can always raise to that next level, or you can always climb the ladder by your integrity and authenticity. And if at all you wanted to bring equality, you should have made the people in the lower rung of the ladder to go to the top rung. But instead, cunningly, India has been culturally attacked and the top rung has been brought down to the lower. Understand, the people who constantly abuse you, that your culture, your community, your religion is based on caste system, they are not talking to elevate you, they are using it only to destroy you. Understand? They are creating the evil which was never part of our community system, our caste system. Blown out of proportion. We never had people as slaves. Please understand, India never had a slave and slave trade. These dogs who are keeping human beings as slave just because of the color of the skin come and abuse us here, that we are having untouchability. What a stupid, it's an extreme stupidity. Extreme stupidity. Human beings always will live as a small gangs and groups. We are a social animal. We will form our own society. It is natural. As if in the West there was no classification and division, or what? It was all based on money. Here, at least in India, we were classified only based on knowledge. Beautifully, the society was balanced. Society was balanced. One group was empowered with knowledge, one was empowered with weapons. See, these are the four major powers of the society. One was empowered with wealth, currency, treasury. The another one was empowered with the land. Understand, the four division. The major powers of the society is these four: land, treasure, weapon, knowledge. All the four was distributed to four different groups. Society was so balanced, all four have to live together. Untouchability is invention and exaggeration. Invention and exaggeration of the stupid anti-Hindu theologies. And these fellows, they go on claiming Vedas are recent inventions. Recently I was reading an article by one of the great Western rewarded intellectual. This stupid fellow has written a big article saying that no, untouchability in India are thousands of years old. It is the quotations are there, the quotes are, he's quoting here and there, some mistranslated, distorted Sanskrit verses from Rig Veda, Manusmriti and all that, and saying at least the untouchability is 10,000 years old. See these Vedas and these Manusmritis. And then The latter part of the article, the same stupid dog is writing, Vedas are only 2000 years old. The beginning is saying, the untouchability which is quoted in the Vedas are 10,000 years old. Huh? And he is proving, he is trying to establish that by quoting the Vedas and Smritis. And then in the later part of the article, he suddenly claims Vedas themselves are only 2000 years old. You don't need to display your stupidity so openly. I just want to tell these fellows, don't open your mouth. People will at least doubt you may be intelligent. Or you may be fool. But if you open your mouth, you will confirm you are a fool. Now, if you don't open your mouth, people may just have a doubt you are a fool. If you open your mouth, you may confirm it. Now, is there no limit for abusing the Vedic tradition? The most sacred, oldest, ancient, living civilization, this Vedic tradition, and its own amazing education system. Indian historians go on feeling the guilt and repent, saying, oh, we never recorded the history properly, we never had the perfect calendar. What stupid thing you are talking? First, you will discard and destroy whatever we have, and then claim we don't have the sense of recording the history. No other civilization has recorded so beautifully, so thoroughly their whole history. Understand? At least last 100,000 years unbroken history we have recorded. We have it. Discarding all of that in the name of myth. Then what are you searching? So much of abusal has been done to Indian education system and Indian knowledge. Whatever is there you will discard or try to pick up few things only to abuse it. Now I am telling you, all this stupidity, the era of stupidity is over by 1978. We are no more in 1970s to listen to all this stupidity. Understand? Ours is the most authentic calendar system. Everything is so beautifully recorded, so beautifully available. The Indian education system, if revived in all its authenticity, we will become Jagat Guru, Guru of the world. Understand, we were Guru of the world. We will become Guru of the world. We were Guru of the world. We will become Guru of the world. The context the Shanti mantra sets about the Indian education system is amazing, unimaginable. I need to introduce this context for some more days. I need to remove a lot of misconceptions about the Indian education system to the world. Only then I can expand on Shanti mantra and enter into the Upanishads. I don't know how many days it is going to take, I'll do it. How many ever days it takes, I'll do it. I'll continue to expand on the Indian education system and the context this Upanishad mantra sets about the Indian education system. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999. www.nithyananda.org, www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.